see a giant bird fall to the ground.
But used to fly so high.
I thought I would have more than a bystander till I felt touch so real.
I will no longer be a transient when life is must be still.
If I have never known the soul of farewell, the pain of sacrifice, what else should I grieve on my mind?
Frozen into icy rocks. That's how it starts.
That's how it starts. Crumble like the sands of time. That's how it ends.
That's how it ends.
Every page of tragedy is thrown away. Out in the flame. A shoulder for the past, without a Christ, imprisoned for so long. A pair of wings for me.
Oke, selamat malam semuanya. Selamat malam, selamat malam. Wah, kita akan nobar PRX dulu ya guys ya. Seperti biasa. Langsung saja karena mau mulai matchnya ini. Ntar matiin dulu. Sahur. Ikut nobar, oh ya boleh cok, let's go. Kata nak mau. Ah.
Currently hyping out the Genji fans and
Go.
the PAKE fans as well. But where do you guys sit with here? Are you
Wop.
11%?
Katanya 9, hampir 90% PRX menang.
I think especially looking at this map pool, seeing that Lotus has made its way in, Genji have just been so consistent throughout 2024. Their players have been stepping up
playoff.
to a new level, and it really feels like at some point the PaperX magic won't be able to work anymore.
This is the thing; it comes back to the same old for me. My heart says PaperX, my head says Genji.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think as well if some of these individuals on Genji continue their performance, or even start improving on the performance we've seen far, bubbling up with the tournament now coming into playoffs, a little bit more prep time. That's a real concern for PaperX if they're going to try and pull out some comp changes or really switch up the way they've been playing. If they've got the detail of the games we've seen already here in Madrid.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We do have also another curse. We got the 9-3 curse. We have a few curses in this tournament. But whenever there's a rematch, whenever that happens, it does feel like the team that's lost before is somewhat favor going into it again.
Yeah, there certainly is.
Yeah.
I think there's a pressure to do more, to improve, to look back on that match.
Aman, oke. Aman ya.
The individuals have stepped up. They've gotten closer to finding their identity again throughout this tournament. I think that this is a moment for PaperX.
Tadi kayak udah draft band lah. Band apa gitu.
This is finally the game where
Oh, ini aku ke apa ya? Tekstur, woi, teksturnya jago aja. Tekstur sama meteor.
Can we win the Masters between me and Genji? I mean, definitely. And even if we don't make it far, I hope they do win the trophy for us for the Asia Pacific League.
Last game against Genji was a pack.
Waduh, kok si Dava udah pesimis ya?
이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데.
Genji, this team looks scary. Valakia, it is a return to greatness.
너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
I can't believe it! PaperX keeping hope alive!
Monyet played very well, especially
Monyet.
with his calls and stuff. Like he's very confident, unlike the previous matches. I'm very proud of him. Our new kid in the block is ready. You're not gonna meet the same PaperX.
일단 저희가 이제 딱 증명을 해야 될 필요는 없는 것 같고요. 그냥 뭐 무시당할 그것도 없는 것 같아요.
Let's go. Waduh, si Alek. Wow, Alek. Let's go. Munchkin lagi ya Meteor. So,
We've seen this matchup
ini yang aku
before.
tunggu-tunggu ini.
Genji became the king of Pacifics, but this is a different stage and a stage that Paper X have conquered over and over again.
These teams, they have faced in Pacific, but then
Tunggu,
that's
bisa
just proving
monumental.
themselves for their first time. People could write that off as an upset, as a one-time run, but now they're here in Madrid. They've done it again. They've made it to playoffs. They have another chance.
Let's
I think if
go,
they can beat
PRX.
Paper X today, they can cement themselves
Ya,
as
itu
the best team from Pacific
apakah
coming
bisa
into this event, as a team who could compete for that title.
menang
But you're up
balik?
against a Paper X that no matter how logical you think about them, no matter what you think is going to happen with this team, they always surprise. They always find that miracle, and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, Paper X
Tapi Kopira gak ya?
any given
Aku
Sunday,
takut
really,
pula.
of what you get on the day, especially
Biar aman. Biar aman kita mute dulu ya. Lagunya. Ntar aku lihat dulu. Udah kapan ngedraftnya anjay? Wih, udah main aja orang nih. Buset. Oh, map 1 split.
So maybe that is the key, like you guys have taken, you've been creating a lot of stuff here, and at least
Buset, map 1 split. Yes.
the real test for Genji would be as well. If Paper X do completely, especially the fact that we're starting where we are, the start on split. If that composition gets changed, it'll be another validation for Genji to come out. Obviously, prep out the window and just perform bread and butter Valorant, which they've shown time and time again. They've looked very, very clean so far here in Madrid in terms of curveballs coming their way.
Legendnya
They
juga
do
udah
that
di
versus
P ya.
a team like Paper X that are willing to just kind of push all in on a comp first time, bringing it out on international stage. Massive, massive bounce.
The thing is, normally when we say that on a desk or on a cast about, oh, you have to do it against Paper X, that's the exception.
PRX
Genji is used to
pakai
that.
kom
They've
kemarin.
played this team twice before. They know about the chaos and they've adapted to it very well. We're in Agent Select and it's standard for once in a Paper X. It's double duelist style.
Oh, ini kayak kemarin juga. Line up.
Yeah.
Wajar. Agak patah-patah. Rias refresh dulu guys.
Standard for once in a Paper X. It's double duelist style. It's the old standard from last year.
Yeah.
Teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very
Oh,
well.
komnya sama ya.
Yeah, and I guess
Buset.
you're banding the madness that was the Yoru
Sama komnya.
now from the split, which was the
Wih,
iteration
let's
Genji
go
played
gak sih?
last time in the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the head-to-head between the rookies, Monyet, and on the other
Absolutely.
side, out from Karon. Both those guys have come out in their debut international tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've
Wih.
seen.
They've probably been the two
Itu
loudest
kengkeng
on
kah?
stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific showdown underway and send it over to your casters.
Let's go,
Who's
let's
been
go.
very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's Mixman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure
They played
are.
EDG, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. But, you know, we heard it from the desk. The only thing harder than beating a team once is beating them twice. Paper X know that from EG over at Champs. Now it's an opportunity for them to give Genji a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike
Ya,
said
pelaku
earlier, where
Rabiot
it's like
lagi.
a head
Tapi
over
kayak ini yang
heart
terkuat
sort of
mereka sih.
situation. I also think it's
Buset.
mind over mental, because the way that PaperX play is insane. So you kind of have to almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like
Sentinel, Sentinel.
an international event. And it's
Sentinel
almost
nanti.
cruel that they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now. But it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment. And even from what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
also you saw what Loud did in their last game. I'd be scared of them just as much.
Let's go.
Well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going to see Split popping up. And actually, for the whole series, Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first 3 maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, that Genji won dominantly.
Split Lotus Ascent lagi.
Split, Tom, it's not exactly the same, because PaperX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru. Himself and Something were diving in, taking so much space and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where Genji just got demolished on this map. So for PaperX, I understand why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is to beat them twice. So they're bringing a new comp and a new philosophy on how to handle Split. Question is, will Genji be able to deal with it this time, now that there's nothing spooky
New
going
comp.
It also seemed like, at least for PaperX, once their comp was figured out, they were like, okay, let's change this one. We lost the EDG. We need to actually try and fix the things we've got going on. The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent, because we saw Genji come in, switch into this composition, and just look incredible.
ada
Like,
tarik,
double duelist
anjay.
especially. The only change they made was Omen in for Astra, just to allow them to be a bit more explosive. But I just remember that defensive half of Texas.
Oh, berarti attacking dulu Genji ya.
2 kills, both with the best player in the server. It was like going toe-to-toe all the way through. So it is one of those matchups, as boring as it is, where we are just going to go the duelists of the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch. The amount of times that PaperX would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't Forsaken just having life games. But the thing is, it's every time he plays Split, he has someone else's life game. It's not a Forsaken life game. It is, okay, for anyone else, that would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Apa ya?
We
Anjay.
talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right, Split last time went to PaperX, Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past,
Oh, berarti
maybe
map dulu
the
Lotus
foundation is
lagi.
there for them to take that 2-0,
Waduh.
but I'm expecting
Let's go.
between these two teams.
Oh iya dong, map 2 Lotus Ascent berarti kayak lawan KC Paren.
It's time to throw down as the barriers
Let's go.
go up on Split.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to get a brawl to start things off. Both teams with the majority of
Wah,
their players
4
set
di
up
A. Wah,
outside the
duel
safe
ini.
side. They both run pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of
Wah.
Forsaken already, and Something. And
Start 4 di sini cuy.
They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great start for PaperX.
Now Munchkin's in danger as well. He
Nice.
tried to jump away. The Boombot was chasing him. Munyet caught him. And for Genji, 2 versus 5, barely
Oh,
any damage.
GG
At
guys.
least they've still got the spike, but they have to hope for some
6
serious
pistol.
mistakes
Ya,
and
PRX
just
mau
make
6
PaperX
pistol.
go running
Jarang kalah udah.
or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can see there's there's no real need for panic on the defensive side. They're just gonna hunker down and wait for Genji to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of Genji. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra.
Nice.
But other than that,
Nice,
it's absolutely
flawless.
flawless start to this one. Now, as
go.
I said, expectations for PaperX is this is the map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next
Awal yang
two,
bagus.
I would favor to Genji, even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp for PaperX. And I'll be honest,
Langsung
I didn't
pakai
want it.
outlaw.
It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like PaperX have to win. The problem is, throughout this tournament, I've said that, and then they've won the other map. Because that's just how they are.
go,
They
let's
just
go.
manage to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just frag through a map. And that is rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people that are on that level.
At least from the games we've had, Tom, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents. Gen G, they've got
Ooh.
a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied to Monyet.
Aduh, dapat satu doang si Monyet.
Okay, it's not a bad start at all for Gen G. Gaining
Orang
some
gila.
ground, winning some more fights. With heals
Oke.
it looks like they tied it
Nice.
up eventually. But that
Alah,
got
dua doang.
very scary for a moment.
I would love to see Forsaken's POV in that, because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team.
Ini orang pakai outlaw anjir.
Ridiculous to even attempt. But
Orang gila emang.
But do you know who he is?
yes, I
He's a
do.
little crazy.
He just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that
Judge.
again, if you're
Loco.
talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered the question himself.
Well, it looks like we're going to use
Wah,
that dash
maju
very
kah dia?
early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take some.
Aduh,
Got the shot
gak apa,
off.
gak apa.
10 HP left on
Low.
medium. That's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to
Low.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually.
Oh,
not
tapi ada Sky ya.
for what was
Bisa
an
di
battle.
heal.
You can
Yeah.
see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for PAKE. Normally, you'd see a rifle or two in the mix, but this is just SMGs. It can work, more so on Split than probably any other map. This crossfire is fairly
Yeah.
nasty, but that's the thing I've really enjoyed about Gen G. They've been methodical. They've been careful
Nice.
throughout this tournament.
Nice.
They're not one of those teams that are just aggressively running in and blitzing their way through rounds. They can. They have the skill to do it, but
Ya, harus dapat 2 sih boleh lah, 2 atau 3 sih
very careful.
orangnya.
It looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to PAPERX. who are
Wah,
running the
udah
gamble
rotate
on A
mereka.
stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PAPERX, hear no noise, see nobody here.
Duh, mereka mah retail nggak kayak ini kalah nggak sih anjir.
Just to clear outside of it, but this late on,
Lihat dulu.
sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So PAPERX, it's hard to get back into a side
mereka
with
masih di
these
A.
weapons as well, especially a side like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down
You
to the spire,
till.
trying to run for exits, but I am waiting for
Omennya nggak ada blind ya?
blast pack through something, and already
Omen kita ada.
taking a lot of control now. Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast pack.
Dapat satu dong.
Already
Oh,
in.
nice.
Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by Gen G.
Dapat
even with
satu
a little bit of
doang ya,
chaos.
ente lah ente.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots of space, so even when that judge gets up close, he's only getting the one, and it's an immediate
Oh,
drop. The rest
langsung
of the players
OP.
easy to deal with.
Seperti
You've got that
biasa.
weaponry advantage, and you're not caught out of position. 2-1. It's a fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win
Oh,
for
itu kok kena
PAPERX,
anjing mati nggak sih?
follow up, and then they lose.
Berkena
I think
anjing.
one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here is we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed. Yet good for one to drop the B site under threat. But Gen G back off. The whole
Wah,
time they've been
tapi Monyet mati nggak apa
outside
sih?
of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one. But one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen G. They don't know that
Wah, rotate mereka.
very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side, so they have the information that there was no one there, so they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site. Forsaken, still with the judge, is just going to make sure he keeps control in mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect.
Tembak,
The only
tembak.
problem is, he might get caught. He's
Oh,
switching
dapat
between
satu.
utility, finally. Will pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing, and wow, there is the fall of the judge. Not
Seven
going to
sih,
find
ya.
anything more, and for something,
Ya,
hope
saving.
to God he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it?
Aduh.
With the op, possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few
Awal
more
yang
kills along
buruk
the
ya.
way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe risk it with the Blade Storm, but even then, the op is just so expensive. Doesn't want to throw it out. And for Gen G, I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play right now. So they're gone spread out. Already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and
Ente.
this time it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to start hightailing it in that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on PAPERX. It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in Gen G's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against CDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as I said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression. It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but fist bump into a
Wah,
high five.
mati itu.
High fives there are for
Dapat
Gen G
satu dia.
after this one. They've got a lot of space.
Anjir, dia dapat satu si 4 second.
Deadly from Divide.
Buset dah.
Managed to slip away towards the elbow. Another fight. And he's actually got a
Bisa dapat satu dia, anjir lagi ke stun.
They certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the
Dolan dua.
majority of Paper X players. It's only something left, but he has that off. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this off in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the
Nice.
Aduh.
Gila udah nge-flick keren dia aja dulu.
A third round found for
Buset
Gen
dah.
G. They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack up in the early stages for Paper X, just basically having the majority. And somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how
Udah
they
keren
did.
kali itu nge-play.
Bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Gen G. And, well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem, though, is he's not going to be able to have it this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of Gen G, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, Paper X have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen G, you can see their full default play. At this point, they're expecting Paper X to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened, though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Gen G have a lot of credits built up. If Paper X lose this round, it's going to be a
Alah.
Maybe win. That's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down
Aduh, Forsaken-nya low.
Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's
Oh, si Dava masih hidup. Bisa di-heal, bisa di-heal.
Went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realizations there eventually.
One foot the floor aja.
This battle, it could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position.
Oh,
to be in,
no.
And then it's almost revealed. Divide, though, has done well. Bringing back 2 kills.
Dapat dapat 2 sih.
Just about making it to the site. And it
Dolan
is
2. Aduh.
nice work from the side of Munchkin, teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper.
Aduh, nggak nampak dia.
Shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually,
Aduh. Oh, dia nampak ya?
teammates just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the
Buset dah.
raise, and the march continues on for Gen G.
Gen G are having a field day right now.
Duh, hal yang tidak baik ini, guys.
That were there for Paper X burned up in that round to try and gain some semblance
Wah,
of an
buset
advantage.
dah.
Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screen.
Semuanya bolong ya si monyet ya.
Up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and Divide had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from Paper X. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start.
Bolong tadi tuh.
It's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Gen G side right now. Paper X, they're going to be on stingers, weaker weapons, no ultis to fall back on. It ain't looking great. Off rip. Already, Gen G have found the same number of rounds they did last time they played Paper X here.
Yeah, I said it's looked like a different beast. I think they're a team that have done really well with the coaching staff. Someone as legendary as Solo, I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times.
Mana ada kesini?
Even just giving him a moment to talk is going to be beneficial for them.
Apakah akan lower bracket ya baru main?
Individuals a lot of the time.
Gen G ini emang kuat kali sih. Gila.
Posted earlier is like you compare the 5v4
Tiba-tiba
combo
jadi
of
open.
Genji, I think it's like 70-something%. For
Okay.
Paper X, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because
Beras
they've been
koin.
okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds off Genji.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches from Gen G versus Paper X, but Paper X also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons like you said, close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find
Oke,
value.
dapat satu.
Mind Freak has at least picked up one, but
Buset, dapat
making
3
this
dong
one
dia.
look easy. 3 kills already under his belt, 40 HP, and he's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mind Freak drop. That's his
Waduh,
4th kill
apakah
of the round.
ace?
A confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that Paper X wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them
Waduh,
losing
apakah
the round,
ace?
that's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen G. They're farming incredible at the minute, but something has picked up one more. 3 to go. One
Oh,
more
buset.
play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance, but Gen G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even lose another member of the squad. 5 and 2, and I love this sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these
Iko, santai, Iko.
To really figure out anything that's going on. We had the instant TP to the back of site, information clearing things out. The rest of the team quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks around. He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to
Cok,
get
kalah
too
tim
far
kau,
ahead.
Cok. Gimana tuh,
He
Cok?
takes himself 4 kills while he's at it. So
25 loh, map split.
Definitely where on the side of Paper X you start to feel that mental pressure of
Waduh.
defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for Gen G, and now ultis are there.
Wah, mati.
Showstopper fired off, and Munyet had no chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Divide, but Paper X set up with a man disadvantage on a retake seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but Gen G are even better in the 5v4s. Again, Karen takes down another Forsaken trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is, and well, Blacky and Meteor combined. One of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick from Gen G. And you can just see the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. Gen G are getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of rounds, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about, Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows to get the same sort of information. So that's already back online.
Yay, oh wow, huge.
Hey, got them the space in the round prior. And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Wih, berdiri mereka ya.
Crushing one.
Dah lah.
Paper X off rip.
Ya GG lah, Cok.
They're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something.
Santai.
He's got 5
Tapi kemarin beres defending ya yang banyak poin.
But the reality is, yeah,
Wah,
the momentum is
bahaya
very
sih.
much
Tapi nggak ada cyber sih, harusnya bisa.
The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go, maybe for the rest of this half. Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this Paper X side, seeing it early on in rounds with a minute
Wah,
left
di
on the
spam.
clock. They're going for it.
Wah.
Paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen G winning out every single one. There's no competition.
GG, guys.
Lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the
Aduh.
blades.
Oke.
There's one.
Aduh, nge-whiff dia.
Damage, but no kills.
Satu lagi.
Munyet has a chance.
Munyet.
Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate. A nice try for the new man on the block. I didn't think
Lagi, satu lagi,
that round was gonna
anjir.
become competitive.
Wah, dia kalau nggak low bisa itu.
Somehow Munyet made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to Gen G. Like the beginning of this round, they were so ready.
Buset
They
dah,
had
buset.
their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push.
Dia low itu.
I'm sure the utility from Paper X was good on a couple of players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push.
Dikit lagi loh.
It ends up being quite an easy fight.
Wah, buset ngebacet cuy.
There's no chance of them losing that clean.
Wah, udah nih, kena bacet lagi sama
They
saya.
complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier.
Kena
And I can see
bacet lagi
why
sama
he's
saya.
fragging out like that. But again, Close but no cigar.
OP.
7-2. Gen
Oh, pro OP. Ya
finding
mati.
next to no struggles. Close opportunity for Paper X to clutch it, and this could have looked very different, but instead, they're on an eco. They've already lost something. Stingers to play with. Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down in defense after them.
Oh, mainnya di heaven.
They've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position. But look how passive the players are.
Aduh.
They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights. Powering up from above, there's not really an easy way to kill him.
Oh, nice banyak.
There is. Somehow Munya got past all the defenses.
Dapat dua dia.
Even still though,
Ah, tapi sulit sih ini.
Nades still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility.
Sulit sih ini.
Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Genji.
Butuh 4 sih. 4-4.
82 on the board.
Wah, gila dapat dorong di awal doang
They
habis
have
itu.
lost 8 rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in the
Anjir.
second round, they've achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the player needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see. Early on,
Duh, kena bantai ya.
previously Gen.G got absolutely
Mapik
obliterated
Paper Rex.
within their region. Now they come to the international stage and
They might do one better.
yeah, 13-4 us, well 13-2 you. An opportunity
Nice.
here at least to shut down the first and the second.
Nice, nice.
Oh, Rockets on point. And when Lakia
Heal dulu gak sih? Heal
looks
dulu.
like Paper
Ah.
X are set to finally put another round on the board.
Nice,
Oh,
nice,
they
nice.
waited. It's Karen to try to challenge,
Nice.
and he got an opportunity, but it was
Gila,
shut
ADS
down
tiba-tiba.
by something with
Nice. Let's go, let's go.
8-3.
Satu lagi.
Paper X finally back on the board, but hell of a distance.
Dibaca berarti tuh pergerakannya langsung combine orang di 4 orang. Gila sih.
Individual brilliance out of Forsaken. Definitely had support. I think he doesn't
Sudah.
kill if it's not for Munya being able to kill off the close player, but
Let's go.
a breath of life. We've seen them have strong attack in halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence. I'm looking at 2 operators on the attack, though. Obviously it's something
Udah
that can be
OP.
dropped, but they
Nah,
really
last round
keep
biasa mah
pressure
OP.
here. And it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up. Really swinging.
Let's go.
I think he's currently 12-6, 2 KD on the board, and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. Paper X tried a mid push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset.
Wah,
For the later
kedel
part,
ya.
Gen.G have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for Paper X to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of so being within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those smokes are being put down by Munya just to
Duh, si Tektor
deter
gak nampak.
aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight because they're so passive. The operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around.
Wah,
the other
OP-nya
direction.
2 anjir.
A peek out from something. Oh,
Buset
I
dah.
think Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. It's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TT into
ganti
the
dia.
backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down.
B.
This almost has to be a complete retake.
Alah.
Shot by Lakia as
Wah,
well.
mati si Karong.
This is 13.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen.G to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that
Very
corner.
nice.
He's been caught. They need to dive on that spike and get it
Nice,
back.
nice.
But Paper Rex
Go.
are away.
Gak liat killnya mana aja anjir.
It's not a death sentence like
Replay,
you said,
replay.
Tom, but certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong
Wah,
performance.
replaynya mana nih?
Lakia leading the charge and plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope
Nice.
that Paper X have got something special planned on their attack because this was a really
Nice
good
sekali.
scenario for them to have to fight
Nice,
back
nice,
from.
nice.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but
Ya,
the
half
fact
time
is,
48
there's
ya,
definitely
gimana
still
ya?
opportunities. Even
Semoga
still,
aja lah.
you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from him now.
8.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다.
김종?
플레이오프에 진출하게
요,
돼서
김종민.
행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
Mereka lawan EDG. Di sama lot kok sekarang ini.
원치킨 선수가
ini
젠지에
lot
들어오게
deh.
되면
Ya, aku lupa dia sama apa.
스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게
2-0 lawannya pokoknya.
그리고 이제 네, 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 원치킨 선수가
먼치킨.
제일 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 있는 것 같다고 생각합니다. 자신감은 늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을 준비해서
Kapan ya? Sulit juga sih.
잘하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 할 거고요. 진짜 항상 응원과 격려해 주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하고 팬분들을 위해 게임을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen.G last time facing off against Paper X. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left GG. And now it's time for Gen.G to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. Paper X, their attack side is about to be put to the test. And the big thing to write home about last time was something diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with Paper X. In he goes! Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is
Aduh, dekat lagi.
Snake Bite's even better. And with
Nice.
B, lucky it doesn't stand a chance.
Nice.
The rest of the squad comes in to save him, but they've ended
Satu
up
lagi.
going to a 3 versus 1 with Meteor left standing and his back
Aduh.
wide open. That's a mistake. And it almost was a costly one too.
Anjir.
Yeah, the one you needed to hit that headshot
Main
at the
freak.
end. It looked like there was a realm where Meteor managed
Sedap.
to turn that back. Even still though, it is the pistol round for Paper X, and that is the
Si
thing,
Meteor
even
gila
with
aja
the
langsung
compositional
ngedes sih.
change, the thing that it adds is firstly, you're going to have that paranoia
Buset dah.
available for Munya to sort of set them up in.
Wah,
as we saw
nice.
at the beginning of that
Sekali
round.
monjat.
But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first.
Let's go,
We're
let's
gonna have
go.
Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
There's a reason that they went to this.
Wah,
Nice
lama.
shot by Meteor. Opportunity for
Aduh,
more, and he's
ketek
fired
lagi
that
tuh.
shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to
Buset
any teammates
dah,
that
boy.
are taking that fight. We may talk about the outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner, one yet though able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell.
Aduh, main fake mati anjir. Aduh.
What is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a
Nice.
man with the gall or the gumption to
Aduh,
do such a
tapi
thing.
ikonya burik kali ini ya.
Versus
So
2.
far away.
A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends though.
Oh,
Because Paper X,
buset.
that's the thing. The blitz plays of Paper X have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these duels, for now at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away. If
Apa nggak
he's
sih
planted.
Dava yang
Now
ngeplan
he'll
ya?
look to try and see if there's any gun to be had, and well, there you have
Dapat
it.
multi ya kan?
Thank you,
Dapat
Yeti.
bulldog dia.
We've got a bulldog to play with 100 HP. A paranoia still online.
Harusnya apa nggak sih? Aware.
Timing is key. And they
Nice.
swung him together. That's a
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
3-2-1. Perfectly on cue. They won the round. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a
Ikonya
Marshall
buruk
headshot,
ini.
okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So few kind of
Kasian
random
kali.
engagements that
Forsaken.
ended up, well, rocking the boat a little bit for Paper X. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those ults to be going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Blade Storm, even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from Paper X has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mind Freak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken though, he's just gone walkabout.
Masuk.
He's sprinting
Aduh,
after
dikit
Lucky,
lagi.
but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. At least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Genji.
Aduh, kemana mereka nih?
Associated with it down in Van.
B kah? Soalnya si something.
Two players and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Lackey, signed, sealed, and delivered to this man.
Buset dah,
The heal
buset
up
dah.
for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be
Oh,
back
main
up
pick dari sini aja.
fighting form. And in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for Paper Rex. Tagged up a little.
Alah.
What an adjustment from Munchkin. Clinical. As now there's only two
Iya
attackers
kan ronde
standing.
ketiga selalu
Chances are
kalah ya.
looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know the Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return
Aduh,
performance. Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about can he do any semblance of damage. As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Attacks could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. And well, it's not even needed. First one gets the
Aduh.
Genji will extend their lead.
69 bisa lah ya, bisa lah. Rapi kali mainnya anjir ini.
Since the very beginning of some of
Sedih.
these halves, Genji haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, Paper Rex attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. You know, it might seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the third round after the first two, what's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and Paper Rex now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with in that orb. Well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but
Wallnya agak
It's not going to cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive
nice.
start to
Aduh,
the
dikit lagi.
kill. Well, I tell you,
Nice. Let's go.
Rex does these fast-paced plays into the site.
Wah,
As
gila.
mentioned,
Palon
this was
dua, main
They got
number.
some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now though, you look towards the players of Genji in this 2v4 scenario. Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well, although I say
Anjir, emang nggak nampak sih Dava ya?
never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture.
Nice.
It's both shots
Oh.
by Mind Freak. He's been
Bismillah.
quiet so far, but popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
well, this is definitely the time to wake
Let's
up.
go, let's go, let's go, let's
We get
go.
the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Genji ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving onto site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out.
Oh, halo Zen.
Get much better than that. It was even a
Welcome.
jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
Anjir.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's
Oh,
how
one way lagi.
close Paper Rex have managed
Buset
to
dah.
bring this. Going on to their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team
Wah,
still
TP mana dia tuh? Wah, TP di situ dia, anjing. Aduh.
He's managed to TP behind
Dapat
him.
dua dia, coy.
Brilliant from Caron. We talk about picking his player out. He's put the rank play into the rank play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You
Oh
don't think
my
you're gonna
God.
top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on.
Buset dah.
One of those rifles by the looks of things.
Ente lah, yes.
Timeout called by Paper Rex as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if Genji picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that's
Semuanya carry.
that tripled his kills.
10 lagi.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mike.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's got
He's been
triple X
flagging
kills.
out.
That'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mind Freak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something though, like we talked about the duelist in this matchup.
PRX lah yuk, PRX bisa yuk, bisa.
A little bit underwhelming.
Sulit bet ya lawan ini anjay.
And I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is
Rapi bet
the
main.
depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Genji, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from PaperX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karen just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the
Bujet lah
round.
bujet.
10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers available. On the other side, a Blade Storm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Wah, kena spam dia.
Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP. Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Genji as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play.
Gila, nggak bisa masuk orang nih.
Still in play, and a few flashes here and there. One, in fact, just on Divide. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get him something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for PaperX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position. Unbeknownst to them, you might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mind Freak, the last man standing, 1v3. And Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally.
Aduh, udah nggak aware.
I really love it. It was brought up
Sulit
by
ya, sulit.
Like playing with someone like Munchkin
Ini harus nih saving ini.
And you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Genji have been able to convert
Malah nanti mama kamu marah.
And for PaperX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site, and it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for PaperX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. There's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but Genji have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of PaperX. As Heaven
keren juga ya.
Genji might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be
dia maju anjir. Aduh.
He starts off the round and ends it as well. 12-7. This map looking over, as you said. In terms of rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, Mitch? Maybe 5 in a row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates. Only
Gak
the Blade
bisa
Storm that's gone.
masuk.
Like, keep in mind, Genji have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Oh, buset orang gila. Oh, nice. Nice.
Down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is they underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner.
Nice volley.
Nice. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays. They know exactly where he is.
Nice.
Well, it seems so.
Let's go.
Past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it. Although it seems like Texture was down.
Aduh, something.
Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
Apa bisa comeback?
There it is.
Kita yang bisa berharap guys ya.
The start of the way back for this squad. They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. Gen.G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. They've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, Gen.G are finally seeing some negative economic state. Their PAKE was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of Paper X's early fight. This squad's going to have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems.
Nice.
Oh, they
Satu
might
lagi.
just about win 2 duels. A little bit dangerous. Spamming.
Low kali itu.
And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for Gen.G. Instead,
Satu low.
Lackey is the only one who can't be healed.
That cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of Paper X's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now this TP is to B site. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below. Spotted and taken down. Gen.G have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside.
No.
And what a mistake that was. Welcome to his world. With Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to go.
Seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the palace. This would be exceptional. Good luck to you, and good night.
Alah, pick ya guys.
Running through of that Viper's Pit with the spike. They needed to
Waduh.
A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds. What a performance!
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on Paper X. They've highlighted again. There was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fighting. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen.G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing, and now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Main di Lotus lagi, Lotus gak pernah menang anjir. Setnya gak pernah menang di Jeff. Astaga. Buset. Dulu besok pagi udah win PRX. Apa iya? Ya, silakan Cok, silakan. Wah, buset guys. Langsung 1-0 loh. Lala. Anjir lah, kalah cuy, tapi gak expect saya. Ntar guys ya, sambil menunggu match kedua. Tiga menit. Buset dah. Kosong lagi anjir. Sedih sekali. Apaan nih? Iya deh. Buset dah.
Setting my mind before evocation with numbing freeze, query forever and seizing the time to recompile and trigger my destiny. Though my wings feel busted and could never breathe, I will try to soar to the heaven I dream. There's no exception in this life.
Langsung anjir gila.
Will always go with you.
3 SP lah ya. Mapik lo, mapik.
I just off my armor into light speed, crawling forever and seizing the time in a new day coming not so far away. Though my wings feel busted and could never breathe, I will try hard to soar to the heaven I dream. There's no
Wah,
in this life ray, for I know I will always go with you.
jelas. Buset, buset. Nah, kemudian saya Genshin dulu.
And could never read. I will try hard to soar to the heaven I dream. There's no exception in this library, for I know I will always go with you. Though my wings feel busted and could never read, I will try hard to soar to the heaven I dream. There's no exception in this library, for I know I will always go with you.
Lagi interview. Oh, benar interviewnya. Bentar.
역으로 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요 지금은. 네.
Of course, PaperX infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like Gen G players can match up to their firepower as well, and I feel like we're
Yes.
shooting more heads too today. So we just came into this matchup with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. You know, don't be afraid to take those fights, don't give them too much respect, and I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good
And
for energy, so thank you very
don't
much.
give
I hope they can
respect,
close
God.
this out.
It's
Don't
not
give
just okay,
respect,
they've had a
Andy.
great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with
Oh,
Mimi and
buset.
Hypok. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident, they're hitting their shots, they know how to deal with PaperX. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Genji looked like a better PaperX in this game, right? They had the
Better
ridiculous individual
PaperX,
moments, they had the
buset.
pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Genji was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas PaperX looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Genji willing to step into that zone with PaperX, where, you know, you have the flood pretext or, you know, stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Genji, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, you guys are hyped up the rookie.
Kakak
Again,
kan
coming to this a lot. And here he is in
2-0
the
ya.
Horizon high speed moment round 17. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You
This
gotta
is-
check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of of this execute. You lose to PaperX when you
Mereka nggak dengar sih itu tape.
come up, play very aggressive and carry it. I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast. This is sort of rank play that catches PaperX off guard because they don't expect people to match their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing for flood retakes against a squad like this instead. Gen.G can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive, to fight into these executes, and their site anchors were constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to PaperX. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes as well. After every round, they were giving it, they were shouting across the stage. And on the other side for this, for PaperX, as we take a look in the AIM Lab shoot-around, Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching, but what else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start of this map here. Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round, he forgot he was put onto the Omen. Still on the raise for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, you know, some of the aggressive plays that PaperX made. They felt very disjointed. It felt like it came down to one person delivering at the end of the play, as opposed to the typical PaperX, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Waduh, Alex.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with on PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PaperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, you know, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, you know, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves.
Si Alex itu gak ada mau nyerah.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we gotta get you down there. They need this energy for map 2 or they're gonna be in the lower bracket.
For a second pakai Cypher
What
sekarang
is
ya.
this, Mike? The 4th new comp they've played on this
mereka
map?
pakai kom yang kemarin lagi.
Again, we got the Cypher back in and Monyet back on the race.
Cypher
So I
lagi.
guess maybe then indicates we did see that on split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open. It fixes that issue. But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time actually is that eyes go towards Divide here. His inability to really have impact alone on his utility and opening up opportunities for PaperX in the mid round was absolutely, it was absent last time with the Astra comp, so really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh well, PaperX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman and Tombiz, how are you guys feeling about this one?
Well, Yinsu, I'm feeling excited because at worst, we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13 to 11.
Let's go.
They come in
Bisa.
with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For PaperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start of Gen.G.
Oh, nice.
They had that 3-man push initially.
Yeah,
Didn't
nice.
expect anybody to still be around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
Nice. Awal yang bagus.
Rotating into the right spot. The read is good from the side of Gen.G as they move to the A site. Here comes PaperX.
Nice, banyak.
Quicker than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchor down and
nice.
the fights, leaving Divide all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up. Wins. He brought a knife. He's sensational.
No respect from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. Well, I'll win it out. And,
Wah, mau dipisau lagi
again,
anjir.
we talk about the advantages and their conversions. What was that? 1v3 as they get into the site, they get the initial and they get an entry, and then they
Langsung berdiri orang ada.
good work from Gen G, but you always have to look at PAPEX and
Langsung
these are moments that you
ditaunting
expect
anjir.
them to be able to convert. Not the start they were looking for. And again, we're
Kita
going to see
ngambil
the same
A
more
lagi.
active approach from the defense, constantly looking to garner extra control. And PAPEX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to die.
Ooh.
You can tell that as soon as Munyet picks up this agent, and well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen G. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner.
Spike planted.
With that sees, it's keeping him in position. It's only deducted
Satu anjir.
because he was so low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close-range angles where PAPEX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot, good follow-up.
Oh, anjir. Coy.
Players lost, not the end of the world.
Yeah, could have been much worse. Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Texture as well as one off a showstopper going into round number 3. So especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult for challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an aid push, an opportunity to find something there.
Sulit.
Well, this is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and
Oh,
he's just proven
iya
my
dong,
point,
Mas Odin.
isn't he? You won't expect this off
Woi.
rip if you're Gen G, and a
Wih,
little
itu di
bit of
kepala
danger
langsung
for
tuh.
Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it.
Lah.
Down to 77. Texture's
Kena dong dia kena ding. Super second.
Continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Divide the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring
Sudah.
him back to full fighting health. Realities though.
Aduh, di kiri dicek lah ya.
Close range
Dicek lah kan
spot
harusnya.
by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Divide. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact,
Nice.
it's just a double swing and the same
Nice.
thing there. Exactly. Clean trade
Let's go.
for PAPEX.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual
Nice.
brilliance as well.
Go.
I think a little bit too
Lagi
predictable
masih
on when he'd make
dicek.
his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to.
Let's go, let's go, let's
There's an
go.
opportunity to have an upgrade. Maybe take a gun away.
Aduh.
Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mind Freak both
Dia
playing
one-nya
without
lagi.
shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Also
anjir.
no shields and no head anymore.
Langsung balik orang sih.
Very costly for the attacking side. Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets PAPEX the kill and the
Aduh,
round.
cuma satu doang
At
aja.
what cost?
Mati juga dia.
Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next
Aduh,
round anyway.
bonusnya jelek kali.
I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. And Munchkin, well, you can already see him
Mati
smacked.
kau.
It's not the only thing getting smacked.
Mati kau, ngamuk dia.
Round 4. And
Mereka
there's gonna be a
force
real
play lagi
challenge
tu.
for this attacking side. Weakness is already seen. Chance for Gen G to shut down the way back through for PAPEX very early on.
Odin
We
juga
know this
anjir.
is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series. I'm worried for PAPEX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down
Aduh,
enough and
dia kok
actually
blind
bought some
aja.
time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh,
Alah.
close. Karen is. He had to move because of the tiger.
Orang sumpah jago
Monya's gonna
semua
try and
anjir.
regret. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead.
Ah.
Almost manages to catch one. Even still, though, for Gen G, this is looking fantastic.
Duh, pas pula dia lihat belakang.
It's going from
Ah, udah lah itu.
They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's not. It's just going through. Too many bullets to dodge there. But Genji, they break back immediately.
Buset.
Well, we mentioned them losing all their players. It's going to hurt.
Wah,
Yes, it
sulit.
absolutely is.
Wah,
There
gila
we
itu
see
nice shot
the
sekali tuh.
butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only 1 found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on PaperX
Jadi
turn
Alec
their
kayak
crosshair
gitu
to
sih.
look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back because that's the exact timing that Genji go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff.
udah lah ini.
3-1. Odin being kept through. Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PaperX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've
dangerous.
already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karon aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing.
Oh, mati
We've seen
semua
this
itu.
scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karon is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can leave those spots open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it. He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was
Wah,
risky.
gila semua yang main ini.
I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkins, a narrow alleyway to find it. Wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for PaperX here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Genji off to a flying start.
Wah,
It's feeling reminiscent.
sulit
Last map,
nih
but
sih.
it is still very early
Anjir.
days. Plenty of time for PaperX to find
4-1.
footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Genji don't have
Udah
or
cuy.
just save time.
Yep. It's the
They've
plan.
had it the whole time
Wow.
throughout the series. I like the
Wow, wow.
from PaperX because this has been rough. And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar
Ya Lord.
This one's looking
Welcome Lord.
now. Also, it has a lot of reliance again on this.
Kalah main ini
There
PRX
was a
ini mah.
moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay, something looks like he's here to play.
Main di Lotus ya, nggak pernah menang.
Getting boomed. And everyone on the other side for Gen
Mana ya?
looked utterly fantastic. In this round at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round.
Buset dah.
And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online.
Sulit.
Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money. Otherwise, I think PaperX are taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
I want to at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen, because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face off against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon.
Wah anjir, di spam di atas deh.
Again, using that haunt. Get
Anjir.
the space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it.
Udah lah ini mah.
Punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Genji, filling in the
Nice.
spaces and being able to fight afterwards.
Lawan dua,
But with the
satu
return
low.
from PaperX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a
Udah
nightmare.
lah, GG lah guys.
Losing out on another. They had a good pacey take, managed to put the players on the back foot, and filled in every gap that Gen G were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. PaperX had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out when it comes to the post-plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both
GG lah guys.
rotating. Like he's just so
Gak tahu lagi mau ngapain ini.
stage in his individual ability and even just ducking under where he is.
Sudah mencoba semuanya masih gak bisa.
That was again another big round for PaperX. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now, well, Bladestorm is really all we could talk about, and they're still ready for his initial play.
gila,
Goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Malah mati Forsaken lagi.
Forsaken trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think when Yet on the previous map was thrown at a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't the round for it. Your Bladestorm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range.
Anjir, orangnya
Advantage is the way to go. And
masuk
they've
dong.
done it. At least trading out the first. Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily because Karen was dropped very quickly. So too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for the but his knife was pulled out, trying to evade some spams. Well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Genji, and 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
Ada 4 ulti lagi anjir. Udahlah ini.
PaperX have made some of these rounds
Dibantai.
somewhat competitive, but Genji are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again, as you said, ults are in their favor.
Pikir bisa mulai ini gak bakal
Finances are in their
senang.
favor.
Iyalah, gimana lagi?
Coming online in this
Apa?
round.
Gak tahu ini lawannya terlalu kuat ini. Mereka udah ngerti cara main Genji, cara main PRX. Lihat.
You see the idea as well?
Udah kebaca kali.
Try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A because Genji are getting aggressive. Giving PaperX a taste of their own defensive.
Tahu mereka anjir. Mau lewat pintu. Wow, buset.
Which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PaperX, where do
Beli
they go?
OP
Where do
pula
they
ya sih.
take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft if they can even drop a body. And they cannot. A wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down. And he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Dia mau belok.
Reposition.
Nice. Let's go. Per second. Waktunya beraksi per second.
Feel as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive of Meteor.
Wah, kena kamera lagi.
To help his teammate
Oh, itu
out.
berarti.
It gets close for a matter of seconds, but
Nah,
Genji
GG lah ini.
continue their utter dominance in this match.
GG lah ini.
7-1 on the defense. I don't know. Yeah, second pause is going to be called for PaperX at this point. I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times Genji have played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
Ooh, that's not good.
No, I would say that's very bad. If you're a PaperX fan.
That's quite poor. Yeah, and the reality is for PaperX.
Oh, mereka udah tahap kedua ya.
This map against this squad again. You know, I was looking back at that series, which worked perfectly for me today because it's the same maps. But the funniest thing is something. He was on the Reyna and he was popping. He was doing well. Will I say justified a Reyna pick? Maybe not. But we know on a good day
Buset
he
dah,
absolutely
buset
can.
dah 7-1.
This time, I don't care what agent he's playing. He's having a damn tough time. 2-8. Compare that to Split last time, finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now, listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet dying on the
Mungkin
attack,
Bang
right?
Isa udah
All of
masuk,
that's your job.
let's
But
score
here
langsung
you
keluar
haven't
deh.
seen those dive plays as consistently. At least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen
Harusnya sih
where
begitu
literally
deh.
10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Genji are also willing to claim. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore, because what's the point?
And they pushed A with 2 players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right? So like this is the thing. You even peek your head up and go, oh, are they
Buset
rolling?
dah,
Yep, they
buset
are. I'm
dah.
down.
They're
Right.
everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're
Are
playing
they
from
going to push
behind.
B? It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into nothing for the side of PaperX. Forsaken trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the C site once that door is closed.
Oh, dia low kali.
Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op. and a nade. And there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down. Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That could make it winnable, but Texture's a little too quick. I love it.
He's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Genji.
Wah gila cok, benar-benar kena counter di PRX nih sama Genji. Bisa dah.
It definitely is looking like a golf in class, which again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps are close.
Oh my god.
Leveled up, and for PAPE
Bukannya lihat PRX sebantai gitu.
because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way, Genji don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking
gak ada ulti loh orang nih.
There you go. There it is. Okay.
Baru ulti orang.
Cycle the economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no way he survives that.
Oh nice. Penting dapat 2.
Messy. It's giving PAPEX a chance, Tom. They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and they have. Lackey a drop leaves Munchkin 1v3.
Nice.
If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They're gonna just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken is good. And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for PAPEX. And, well, Genji got to be feeling confident. The good thing is,
yeah, that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from Something, finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is, they did peak Munchkin individually. First player peaks, dies, second gets dinked, and it's only finally they reposition. I think we would have needed a new desk completely for Alex if they managed to lose that round, but it's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is. And they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Genji. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open. And then he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you could call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PAPEX will find the plan nonetheless.
Showstopper online, not wanting to allow them to set up. Something's going to try and be aggressive, but he's not going to manage to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin, so he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank. Position's open. I think it's because Device having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal, the spam makes so much damage, and now it's all on to Device with an opportunity. First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy.
Nice.
He's done enough. There's no time.
Nice.
Finally, PAPEX pull out the miracle. Everybody will go down with the ship.
Untung aja.
Same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PAPEX didn't have the pistols to help them out. They went both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Genji come in with a Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a a Red Bull clutch that gets you your third round, but
Oh my god. Wah, ini OP lagi.
as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture, and his operating has been fierce.
Looks like they're going to go back into it. Is there a flash? Is there anything? No. No, it's just a dry, wide peek by Monyet. Players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle too quickly. PaperX have given him another shot. And it looks like another bite of this apple as the round comes in there, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset though with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance.
Something.
To 4 half. It looks like PaperX have finally woken up. They've found some punch to be packed.
Viper gak pernah ulti anjir. Sumpah.
Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with.
Wah, dikit lagi.
Meteor. Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 in the Viper's pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with though. That could help out, keep them way out of the pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done.
Nice.
8-4 at the halftime.
Let's go.
They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. The second half will be tough.
Yeah, it's almost identical to what we saw in the last half.
A
streak of rounds, that's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I didn't even really see anything. That's how good Texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there.
Buset.
At least get something.
8-4 lagi anjir.
Now to toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
I think it's like a stressful game. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart and they're kind of like one step ahead, especially on Lotus. We kind of like, they did exactly what we were watching them, like in the VODs, like they play the same, like they are not scared, even though this, like, I think for some of them it's like their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they actually perform.
Yeah, you're going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded, and Monye just popping off. Yeah, Farmer even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox. This guy's up for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
Semoga nanti kayak itu juga Monyet.
I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think Texture is giving us a lot of problem, like just killing us or like punishing us over and over. And also, Karon was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably like the top player in the league. I think he got MVP as well in the Pacific kickoff. And yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe we go back and cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
Okay.
Has certainly been cooking 15-9, exiting that first half with the next closest player being something pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of PaperX. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out, it's giving them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistols.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive
enggak lah, kayak itu enggak Jing enggak di situ anjir.
Genji looking like a competitor.
Anjay.
Thus far, we haven't seen the PaperX that we know and love. This pistol round might just be a great start from Monyet. Already pushing aggressively on the other side is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little more. Has to use the dash to get out of there, and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away.
Nice trade.
Forsaken with a good trade.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage. There's the follow-up. Shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PaperX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance.
Something.
Okay, he's up top and not spotted.
Nice.
Looks like even he's starting to heat up.
That's exactly what they need. just him having confidence. Because you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but that's always been
Go
his playstyle.
something.
Even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up. Orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands.
Balik.
Slip back. As said, though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, Genji have been much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential for PaperX.
Oh, dibuka.
Now the follow-up looks easy.
Gila.
Very little to play with for Genji, and even if they drop
lagi.
he's the player that's rocking with the pistol.
Low.
Being reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of PaperX. But on the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Genji has,
Sometimes beli OP sih habis ini. Pasti beli OP deh tuh, makanya beli Ghost doang kan.
Solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Munyet. Jump peak will give him the
Aduh,
to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually going to start pushing into them. A good round from PaperX as they managed to bring things again.
Let's go.
But the fact is, it has been the buy rounds where Genji truly have been a level above.
Well, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm, even if they lose the round with how consistent he normally is.
Let's go.
I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Munyet. This is not really the guy you want to have here. Somehow,
untung balik dia
they
anjing.
also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now the cross so something now in a
nice timing.
Honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get 1.
Well, here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the as they lose a player right off rip. And it's
let's go.
With the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. They have to be watching the right way, though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Divide, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage. And Divide walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might. Oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being
nice.
There to catch him when he
Let's go, balik.
To 7. And now
Comeback kan.
Gets me excited for PaperX. That round puts them way back in contention because
gila sih.
I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot that there was at least 1 player lurking, they know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they can 3-man push. Even
let's go.
Knowing there's something's on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Divide as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here. And they're actually going to really put him early.
Right-nya bangke.
I don't mind this from Genji. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PaperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds Mixture.
Nice.
They tried to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead, they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3. Good position has been noted. As we said earlier, they know that trap was broken. They know there could be someone around here. It's why you see Divide wait for Mindfree to come through while Munyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, PaperX haven't made it move. Why haven't they? Why are they not trying to fight for any bit of control? And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
Dia careful kali ini mah.
They've spotted players near B. And they're worried about their spawn. They're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are.
Oh,
He goes back with the pistol. He does it alone. Meteor's going to confirm the MasterCard Thrifty. I'm always looking like a round firmly in the hands of PaperX. Falls to one man.
Buset dah, buset dah.
One man with one big gun and one medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always picks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with Genji 9-7 and claiming that round. PaperX have weaknesses. An operator in the hand.
Wow, OP-nya ada sampai situ anjir. Buset dah.
It's not really an opping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash, that's good. But he doesn't have the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin,
Aduh,
Munchkin's been given a second chance at life, while the showstopper is again just. Oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger, and now he realizes his mistake.
Nice.
In from PaperX, they've got a lot to work with.
The old Stoke
Nice.
well, in theory, forcing them back, but it
Wah,
hasn't
anjir nih orang.
They went aggressive. Made the
Buset.
Spike already planted at least. So they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be born. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first,
Anjir, hampir kalah itu si Davai.
Respond in turn, a
buset dah.
in this second half, and they close the gap once again to just one round.
Well, that's the response we wanted to see.
Nah, OP-nya nggak diambil aja.
Indeed, this series
would
is
have
hanging
killed
on a knife's
something if
edge.
he just shot the
Untung aja deh.
That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for PaperX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen Genji win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got basically an all.
Apa situ dia?
But it works out for him, no punish. And the reposition
dapat 2 dia.
swing out.
Let's go. Let's go.
And closing the round in just a second. And you miss it as we're 9-9.
Lama anjir, dia ke depan aduh.
This comeback happened.
Buset lah.
What was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1?
Ke
And then they
depan
won
anjir.
3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Genji just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays
Dapat 2 loh, gila. Ngedes ke depan teori itu dia kepencet itu pasti ngedes ke depan, dia ngedes ke samping itu. Buset dah. Aduh, gak keblind dia.
Looks like they're looking at him too. Karen was trained in on that with Texture finding a field.
Yeah, nice.
2 HP left on Divide. He'll find it hard to get any impact from this point. A stray bullet enough to take him down. But he's caught Karen off guard. The
Stay alive dong.
his retreat. No more flashes.
Dah
No
lah.
more regen anymore. An opportunity still.
Aduh.
Shut down. 2 versus 3 though. Viper's pick will change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. They just fall back to enable the reload. Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know exactly where he is.
Nice. Di bawah, please check. Okay, nice.
Black is the one to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close. And it's a back and forth once again.
Wah, gila sini.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PaperX, an immediate answer back by Genji, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside.
Kanannya headshot dong.
And then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. Genji, they've got a lot of there is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. Genji could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen it.
Let's go. Aduh. Sakit lagi, dapat 2.
Very, very pivotal facts for us as Paper X look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low in the corner. It's the
Nice, Monyet. Tak apa-apa, dapat 1.
That trade's alright. That was the low HP player.
Aduh, tapi yang low HP lagi dia dapat.
They're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further.
Tunggu dulu something. Sabar dulu.
It's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but
no way, dude.
Genji now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for Paper X, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
It feels that way, Tom. 2 round
Genji
in this series have just been miles ahead.
Something with
rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13 to 8 to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong scoreline, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And Paper X managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now early push, it's not quite a rifle instead, it's a set blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that Paper X can do to surprise this Genji roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning. They'll face elimination against the Sentinels are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like Genji have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults and it got absolutely
maju dong dia.
The second we've got into these post-fights, that's where Genji have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started
Emang kayak gitu mereka main. Itu mereka tadi saving itu. Makanya mereka harus maju.
A huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players here on back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant. A player they got from ranked. And players that have not found success elsewhere.
Yang nggak nyangkanya kan orang tuh masih di spawn semua gitu. Masih ramai jadi mati semua lah orang tuh. Boleh jatnya ngedes kayak gitu.
Unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. The Paper X are not dead, not down, until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured. Path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in the 3rd map. A lot of win conditions.
Wah, bisa dong OT dong, anjir.
3 ultimates to fight their way through. Paper X don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones. Whereas the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for Paper X.
Nice, udah dapat.
Like they've still got to fight.
Tuh, nice sekali. Dapat.
He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information. The Shrouded Step is bought a little bit.
Keren juga ya itu. Bisa kayak gitu ya. Gara-gara TP ya. Kena fake.
Mind Freak's on the wraparound. Wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Devi needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Devi's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mind Freak can make it to Devi. If they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Devi just dodges that seize. Freak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was
Kena
never
2-0.
swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8, a consistent showing from the side of Genshin. They take over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Yeah, it is another huge statement play for Genshin. No doubt that this
Buset,
stage they
coy.
the crown when it comes to Pacific. But that's
Woi,
not the
halo
crown they're
RT,
going for anymore.
Tempo
They said
2-0
at the
juga.
time, their goal was to make it to the playoffs.
Dan mereka pun ngalahin PRX itu di Pasifik. Ada yang ranum apa maksudnya? Ranum seperti maksud
bringing together a mix of players that maybe many didn't expect to do well, definitely didn't expect to get this far. They continue in the upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they
ya ente lagi ente ya 100 Genshin dong. Wah gila. Sebenarnya 2-0 anjay. Buset. Buset. Aduh, masih gak expect aku coy. Masih gak expect. Wah. Bisa sih. Jalan aja masih gak 2-0. Gimana ya reaksi Bang Misa tuh ya? Aduh. Gimana reaksi Puh Misa gitu? Langsung login Genshin gak tuh? Ya matchnya udah siap sih. Jangan hama nonton sini. Bujet. Terlalu di sini. Anjir, kecewa sekali saya coy. Berapa hari lagi? 10 hari lagi. Bisa lah. Gila tuh, stres juga saya lihat. 2-0 aja, kayak nggak ada perlawanan ini. Nyicil 3 hari Evanity bisa kali. Ya itu aku nanti buat di Twitch paling. Kenapa nggak tahu kapan mau hot Twitch ini. No way. Udah lah tuh bang kasih lain-lain aja nih. Aduh. Harga suaranya besar. Tin anjay. Wah. Kita simpan aja energi, malas aku nyari energi. Hai. Harga sono kebesaran ya. Tunggu sentinel lah lagi. So special. Aduh. Kita lihat akun Sultan bisa kan? Bisa apa? Bisa apa RT? Malam-malam bikin mata perih dikit gak apa-apa, random lah. Nge-crack lagi anjir. Banyak nih koleksi. Oh, tengok akun gitu. Cuci mata lagi tuh, cuci mata. Mata saya mah perih. Malah tendo bansu. Ayo. Kasih 3 akun dulu lah. Bebas. Oke. Alamak, ternyata belum kelar ya. Sudah. Set kamu. PM ay. Ya contra. BTW itu ya kalau nggak salah jam 1, ini jam berapa? Baru jam 12 aja. Full review. Oke, bentar ya. Jonathan Stone. Watching so nothing to. Kok di keren. Seleb lah ya. Aduh. $8.2. Buset, akun Korea ini. Korea Sultan. Aduh. Gila anjir, 88243 XP 30.000. Anjir. Buset pisnya, Cuk. Anjir nih. On piece semua anjir. Oh, ini ada attack flat ini. Wah, gila sih ini. Buset. Sultan tapi piece-nya pun ngeri anjir. Gila. 2500. 3250. 105. Astaga, dikit. Ya, gimana ya? Namanya juga akun Sultan ya, kita bisa apa gitu. Golden Troop. Oh, dia kayak Golden Troop ya. Mana Via pakai ini bagus sih. Anjir. Perfect sekali ya. Ini mah ikut GADC auto win. 100 deh ya. Wah, anjir rasio bagus sekali tuh. Ya bisa dah. 40-an 46 ya. C apa? CP. Anjir pis dia ngeri ya. Ini 49 anjir CP-nya. Wah, buset. Udah. Gila sih anjir. Aduh. Ngeri bangetnya boy. 89. 895 dulu. Biar 263. Terus 500. Gila boy. Oh, tapi redennya nggak terlalu bagus. Wancer 34, 35, 48. Wah, ini bagus sekali nih. Buset. Elektroden. Coy, aku mau ini, coy. Apa ini, coy? Anjir, apa ini? Buset. 34. Buset. Seram kali ini wah. Semuanya udah pasti E6, C6 ya. Dia masalahnya gak hanya Sultan tapi role dia bagus gitu. Buset dah, buset. Tapi kok Nahida gini RT bagus pakai CD nggak sih? Saya kan dari apa ya udah ngasih CR ya kan ya, seingatku ya. Ya nggak sih? Musabah nge-TO saya. Loh, nge-TO di mana? DC. Tergantung stats kalau Nahida. Oh, kayak aku CR ku rendah nggak salah Nahida gitu. M ya Nahidanya oke lah, nggak terlalu wow kali. Ya nggak sih? EM-nya berapa? 700. Masih ada 3 lagi anjir. 41 di anjir. 62 300 coy. 21 Sekatnya CDM. Mantep ya. Busetnya apaan cok? 62 304 anjir. Wah, orang gila. Aku lihat sultannya hanya bisa ketawa anjir. Buset. 49 lagi CV-nya nih. Banyak kali CV dia 49 kayaknya. Bagus sih, nah HP-nya naik. Anjir dia ada berapa banyak ya circuit kayak gini ya? Ini orang, wah gila coy. Tapi kayaknya dia pasti kayak farmingnya tuh pakai primo terus itu. Refill terus. Anjir. Ah ini mah di film itu IR kah? Kayak butuh sih ya. Tapi R20 bro, RT udah bagus kan? Nanti ada 2 lagi nih. Ya udah bisa nih menurut RT. IR 20%. Kayak ini gimana ya? Aku nggak pakai New Village sih. Metangka IR dong. Tapi anjir, tapi CRCD itu udah bagus sekali. Nah ini Zhongli di PS main pakai Homa dia kan, pakai emblem yang kesempatan bersebaik. Homanya Celi R5. Buset. Buset. Buset, apaan ini anjir? 30, 31, 47. Ini orang gila aja nih. Orang hoki juga dia kayak nih. Anjir. Soalnya arti CV tinggi menjamin bagus. Segitu. Buset, 1000 dong. Defense China. Buset, 140 loh. Aku jadi pengen review semua karakter dia loh di akunnya. Serius, gila. Tapi aku suka lihat kayak ginian. Sultan itu, satisfying aja. Apalagi kalau artnya bagus-bagus kayak gini kan. Wish, buset dah. Anjir. Gila nih orang piece yang ngeri-ngeri, cok. Wah, anjir. 31 44 43. Anjay. Sayang kali devnya naik 14%. Sayang kali. Bisa dewa kali ini. Set. Mantap. Ya, aku cuci mata sini. Aku suka sih lihat. Suka saja saya lihat. Ada 2 lagi tentang. Oke. Ada banyak, kasih aku RT. Aku suka lihat RT. Ya, cek lu. Masa belum mulai kan? Kan jam 1 ya, masih tuh. Ntar ya aku itu dulu. Cek matchnya dulu. Oh, udah main ya? Buset, udah main aja. Posisi bukan CR. R5 start dewa, iya. Itu bagus banget. Dewa sekali itu. Buset. Wah, itu kasih review Bang Rom tuh itu. Pasti gimana itu. Enak liatnya. Rasanya ada reaksi Bang Rom juga. Bang Rom susah. Ya wajar aja sih susah. Kalau mau nge-flexing Bang Rom kasih arte dewa kayak misalkan CDM 40-an baru. Wow. Jaksia pampet sih. Ini apa sih? Ah, itu S ternyata anjir. Oh, lama. Aku lupa main. Raicok. Sozo Shokan. Mati kok. Oh, bangke lu. Gak bergerak lagi udah lah. Ente. Ya. Bentar lagi nyari. Oke, santai aja. Tidak perlu buru-buru. Alhamdulillah, sorry guys. Bisa makan gue. Sumpah Raiden itu udah diisu anjir. Nah tapi kan sikatnya CD sulit nyari. Hydro demo. Nah, semoga aja bagus. Biasa saya tidak terlalu berharap sih. Dinamik haru. Udah mau masuk orang. Lanjut. Oke, bentar ya. Tapi kan satu lagi sih artinya aku mau lanjut nonton lagi Valorant. Udah mau mulai sepertinya ya. Kalau masih mau nanti lah kan, habis match baru main lagi kita. Physical mulu bah. Aku nggak layan kau lagi. Tak apa. Ini juga habis 1003 akun aku langsung di Dada. Anjir lah burik becai. Saya menonton tim kesayangan saya bermain. Sentinel. Gue kayak dua aja lah RT. Satu lagi simpan buat besok aja. Wah, orang Korea semua. Sedih. Gak apa-apa, oke. Nih kan 51.9 IM-nya, tapi IM-nya IM-nya 600, 700, 600 kok. Baru 5. Shit. Mantap kali nih PC-nya. Wih, mirip punya aku anjir. Enggak deh, enggak beda. Ya ini B aja sih. Decent. Gak jelek, gak bagus juga. Normal. 1800 atau 70 153 259. Gila, mantap sekali. Ngetek kan naik ini sekali. Masih ngetek naik. Ini bagus. Oh, dia pakai sense attack ya. Gak IR, tapi IR tuh bisa 250. Anjir. Buset. Tapi juga nih. Mau nih. Itu juga dia IR ya. Tapi ngangkat loh 259. Buset. Ya sampai nyampe 240 udah bagus. Wih, anjir, bagus banget ini. Ya 240. Bagus banget anjir. Kok bisa dia ketemu? Ini ribet. Oh, ala hitam. Ya, ini biasa aja sih. Substatnya kurang. Ini lumayan 46. Ini lumayan. HP yang naik 1. Ini lumayan juga. Lumayan nih, gila. Ya tapi alatnya pun B aja sih. Di 128 R5. Oh, R5 nambah 8%. Buset juga. Ngeri. Anjir 93 set. Buset dah. Mau ini cuy. Buset dah. Ini pun bagus juga. 40. Aduh, devnya ganggu banget ya ini. Anjir. 43 98 cuy. Lebih bagus daripada ayak aku ya. Splitter. Anjir. 28 enggak? Anjir, apaan nih? Belum dapat yang bagus dia kah? Kalau ada bonus 1 biji kan gak ada yang bagus. Wah, bisa diganti sini. Tapi katanya 14%. Buset. Ya 6. Oh, holy. TM 4K tuh. DR-nya 192. Alam itu player. Mana skinnya ini? Aduh. Gak beli skin dia. Tapi C6 semua. Angkat attack siapa? Tadi berapa ya? 2000 pas. Ya lebih tinggi dari aku sih. Gila. Aduh, devnya mengganggu. IR bagus ini karena naik devnya. Apa itu skin? Iya kan, masa nggak ada skin anjir. Channel, aduh kecewa saya. 14%. Naiknya lumayan sih. Buset, 24% anjay. Ngeri. Darahnya tinggi-tinggi bet. Ini ada kesempatan ataknya, gila. Cier, ngeri-ngeri sampai. Sudah. 47.000. Buset. 100 ya. Mantap, mantap. Nice. Aduh, attack pula. 3279. Yelan. 8729. SP-nya 33. SP tinggi juga. Nathan nomor HP 32% aja. Ini dari Nathan udah termasuk langsung ya ini ya, HP-nya nih ya. Langsung dimasukin ke stop gitu kalau di review kayak gini efeknya. Set perfect seperti ini. Nice. Nice. Tekan naik pula ya. 15%. Lupa tapi harusnya enggak. Anjir. Jalannya kurang sih nih. Tapi HP udah 33.000 aja. CR. Tapi dia pakai HP, tapi HP personnya banyak. Tapi akun sebelumnya sih lebih bagus daripada ini. Kelas D, Goblet Raiden. Oke, kelas. Akun sebelumnya lebih dewa anjir. Tar. Udah plus kan aja udah. Dia belum spiral ternyata. Goblet Raiden. Uh, 74154 gue buset. Hidup C2. Anjir. Wah, ini CV-nya 50 anjir, 60,3. Wah, buset. Apaan nih anjir? Perfect buat lagi tuh substannya, bangke. Kapan ya kita dapat kayak gini ya? Kapan gitu anjir? 7454. Buset deh. CR. Jangan hantam layar. Ya namanya rezeki dia, gimana lagi ya kan RT. Udah ya. Aku mau ganti lagi, mau nonton, lanjut nonton. Thank you RT. Mata saya kecuci dengan baik. Buset. Kapan ya aku bisa kayak gitu ya? Sama-sama seger kan. Ya lumayan seger. Jadi nggak ngantuk lihat ya. Kok chatting? Nonton dulu. Wah, 4-1 coy, menang lah sentimen ini.
But the present show though, now would have been what? Touch tips, yeah. Handshake.
QCK
up for A.
QCK and Cowan really close to huge ult builds too.
Di ISO decidernya santet sih.
Being able to put that previous round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding.
Everything was red. It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK Shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper. Fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything. No way with the movement. Just evades capture. Still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol. But already, ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Celsius is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket towards the back. Sassy. He's dropped like a
Nice tens.
Has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazine falling out. Sadek though.
It's
looked
been
into
slowed
the position
down.
to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Celsius is here.
Finally arriving to the party though. Util in his hand. Sadek adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2. The double face is there. Terrific together. It's 2 years. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadak himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right? Sen's general game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some post-man idea for aggression, or a backup plan like Celsius going for that late lurk. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, it would be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. We saw Sense at the end there. We've seen them do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud is shooting back.
Line up.
Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Celsius was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. But it's really lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
Scout destroyed.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Clear called. It looks like it was the dog John QT. He's been pushed.
Slows value.
He's now tucked. And there it is. Kill claimed. QCK. Fault line. Definitely there. Actually, laboured enough, but still.
Enggak pendek sih anjir
Try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drop down, cuts off the side,
jongkok dia.
mid. Sassy not rewarded for
Jadi
it.
kepala
Does the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default.
Nice. Nice.
Coordination on display. Sadak creeping and crawling. He managed to weave his way into
go,
the side
Sentinel.
while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A, Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet Sen come out on top anyway. Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players.
Good job, good job.
Running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah.
Strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but
lompat dia anjay.
to keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish on the John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. But they're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John Cutie and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A.
Mataku udah tidak kuat menahan rasa ngantuk. Ya oke, ya Lord. Thank you udah mampir ya.
Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
And Brenda's spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. Sen are quiet, but so far away.
Wah,
They're
dia
faking like it could be going towards B,
anjay.
blocking off Les's sight lines, but no one's budging.
budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for Paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying forward.
Nice.
So close. Quarter still doesn't win it out with the stick.
Nice.
Backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat.
Nice cover.
Safety in numbers.
Mantap covernya.
And great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still.
Sentinel nih bos.
Who they're up against.
Menang nih.
And another round where SEN, it looks dangerous on the minimap.
Ganti-
You see them walking into the trap. QCK even manages to get one. But everyone on SEN is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this.
Let's go.
If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the two times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split. The Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly, tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that SEN is so patient around the map,
Mama
dealing with
Athens.
everything allowed through at them.
It's guys village.
I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh yeah, rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players.
Let's go, Sentinel.
And the coaches, Kaplan and Drew, they had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that the shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Attack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with? Because the economy has just never been in a good spot.
No.
Really
quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation. Is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine.
Mantap juga line up ya.
But there wasn't really much to follow through with it. Looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawazine's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on SEN is just quietly taking the timing through.
Orbnya mantap juga ya anjir.
And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I've got your trail.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock. You can see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give SEN an indicator. They do know that a male is going to be free, or not male, but Ropes itself.
Yeah, that Seeker went a long way before it hit Kawazine over in A Heaven. So SEN have a pretty good idea that that path to A Heaven is fairly uncontested. And the dog here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what SEN end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sadak Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely.
That paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards Rafters, and yes, the time is low, but look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now? Yes, you have a rolling thunder, but it's going to be utilized hopefully now to clear through into the bit. They've got this late lurk. The flank from Sassy.
Nice play.
He's caused all the distraction in the world. Gets out with his
nice,
close to the corner,
QT.
cut him up. Still, John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect Assassin
nice.
to have clearance. Not enough 2 years TP adjustment. So on that high ground position, just propped up. Less now, needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray, but already time ticking, so 2 years no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Brent, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going.
Let's go.
They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for there with the retake. The timing could not have been more perfect.
Timing.
The way SEN working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And, you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch them.
Yeah, now a heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens evacuating, has a Paranoia still left to play for, but the Mollies are really clearing him out of position. What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. There's still a trip here for John. Stens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well.
Zelsis dapat 2
Let
cuy.
them have any sort of idea. He was just watching in case it was in mid 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Drop to the floor, drop to the deck. Less.
Nice.
Quite able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens. I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
Also, gets
belakangnya
killed.
kena sayang
He's right behind
sekali.
him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that
Let's
spray.
go,
I mean, everything is
Sentinel.
working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind you have a full BO3 ahead of
Devastating.
you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits
Let's
back
go.
up.
Hopefully have that experience in spades.
Oh, nice. Aduh, kena trap.
Online from Kawazine. He followed up with the stun at least, but this high ground angle of Tens drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazine just taking a white peek by himself.
Anjir, Kawazine.
Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's back up there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now maybe exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's
It's going to be
go.
tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Dia aware anjir.
Great awareness knowing that Sen are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is a lone survivor, shut down by his former squad.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Right, every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy.
Oh,
These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
ente.
Final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. The showstopper for QCK. Can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Yeah, clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viprorp does throw a lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players. It's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tens is still holding counter utility.
Hampir
Timing was looking pretty good. Just
hampir aja.
Now that they've spotted the op though, the calls
Oh, nasi damage.
in from B main. So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this ult forward.
Anjir.
Now no value to be found there. Out wide once more. Stays on a swivel.
Nice.
Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the
Buset.
open.
Lompat dia anjir.
There's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like Sen have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazine drops down from the ropes here, spraying down, but he's disjointed from the rest of his team. Kawazine out wide. The reset.
Wah, dapat ulti lagi dia.
Lifts him up in the air, sky high, and then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, and the aftershock is released.
Buset.
Kawazine on for so much more. An ace on the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap, he's going to be out wide, he's going to be forced wide, knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally the trust maintained in his teammate. Maintained.
Nice, 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 nice.
A tap, out, force with a jiggle. John QT, balls on, steal.
Nice, let's go. Let's Let's go, John.
Kawanzin was forced to reload in the middle of that, and John took the timing as Kawanzin reloaded. Les was
Let's
still on the
go.
spike. Unbelievable timing from John. And Kawanzin had done so much. More than anyone could have been asked to do. But the timing on that, of when to take the fight in the 1v2, was utterly superb.
Gila coy. Let's go.
God damn, absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier.
Let's go, let's go, let's
What he was
go.
expecting coming into this matchup.
Mantap sekali ya.
Hello, I'm Joki and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team, everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I watched a lot of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies. So it wasn't that hard to guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
All grouped up right towards the back TP on top. That's amazing. This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it.
Sweet
Still,
balance.
reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very lows after the 2021 Reykjavik, so it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine. But the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
Buy the Sun bundle.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. He was talking about it time in the off-season.
Oh, Sentinel Genji.
That comes a lot of hard work. They've shown some of the most maps of any teams
Let's go, guys.
coming into the entirety of this year. But part of that is just them honing these map pools, All the questions placed onto their split, why the teams keep letting it through. Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this with perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round, Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. Loud has still got some people really far away from the action.
Real fast read.
Aduh,
No connection there, so Les is able to just
nice,
hop
John.
on duty. It's just this watchful eye onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there. Maybe just a bit rushed from 2 years.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud? They lost track a little bit of where Kalanzin and Tuis could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot not going to be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen. Triple clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah, methodical.
30 seconds.
The win conditions of Loud right now. And against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawazin. Less a chance, really, for him to bite back and fight back. Here
Nice.
Return of the fire, 10s from the wrap around. 2 years running all the way through. Knows
oh, nice.
So, pistol round does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels, again, looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure Sen domination.
Let's go.
Caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from TenZ. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and TenZ just sensed that could be dangerous.
Small windows, but
now Loud they've got to force. Right? You're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol. You need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment. No money left standing. Tripstow to stop them in their tracks. They try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well,
nice.
Second Following through with the bullets as well as Stinger. That's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. That trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favoured in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him. That's bonkers.
It's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Second and John QT though.
Bisa nih, ayo.
Cam back online. He's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Camera taken out. They'll be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages. Propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult.
Nice.
It's a bit of run and gun in action. Only a few seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why?
Bantu dia. Nice. Gila, Sentinel coy.
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from Sen.
Mantap sekali ya.
Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation. Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested.
Oh, nice. Let's
It's
go.
not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
Let's go,
It's a first level
Racing.
fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favoured on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud,
Bolong juga ya.
being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though. Openings not going to be given to them. Defensive setup to Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
Yeah, everything looks... They've crossed every
Let's
T.
go.
You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the
Nice.
the little interplays
Satu lagi.
between players, the maximization of
Satu lagi,
certain
auto
basic
winning.
utility, knowing to always smoke this spot, or knowing to always throw this nade in this particular way. And on split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta. They are ahead of the game here.
True flattening.
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else, because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
Yeah, playing split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees. Yeah, Sentinel's going to be taking it. They've only lost it a handful of times. One of them to this team that they're playing against now, Loud, but
TP kemana itu?
getting knocked by their losses. Re-clearance called here with a flash and a paranoid.
Oh,
Well,
kena
kind of good one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sen are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog. So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of this.
Udah menang ini.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round
Next
and
map.
just dominate with the same scoreline that they did.
Slow kali dia.
Bloody hell, that's a lot of damage and a retreat.
Ah, healernya mati. Udah lah, GG.
Swinging wide, a bit of run and gun in the reaction.
GG ini mah.
Loud into the site. Will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so. Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, a smoke up.
Boombot.
1 second here for Ten's. Going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Time to tick.
Oh.
Crucial kill. Zealous is falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control. At least partitioning
Nice.
it. Trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away.
Ooh.
It's time to John QT, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites. Plenty of util here. So Loud.
Ente.
Well played into that one. Just
Sulit,
understanding how to
sulit.
play that fully. Just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final, where SEN won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost I'd say a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, you know. Yeah, SEN didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know.
Let's go.
One round at a time, it's all the way, you got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. And we've seen them lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Oh, nice.
Just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Nice Les.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Second, like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle.
Soalnya bolong ya anjir. Kayak
In
gitu.
their face, there's no
Nice.
protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forward,
Nice.
it is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. GCK with the nade does get the one onto Zelsis.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though.
Nice.
To close out.
Let's go. Let's go to kosong boy.
One side of maps we've seen. Two of our top teams here in playoffs. But Sentinels are primed and ready. This is a team angry. They want to go deep.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. 1-0.
They know it's been tough for them.
Anjay, 1-0 guys. Mantap sekali. I am stoned that so much. Yeah. Tiga lah ya. Sekalian. Berarti berakhir cepat juga ini. Hai. Oh ya bentar. Puasa. Oke saya boy, tim saya menang nih. Hehe. Sun is just different. (13x) Genji versus Sun. Wahai. Saya sih menunggu juga ini. Oke. Gimana rasa sakit? Bukan oleh klub. I'll take that. Kapan aku dapat border? Ada border. Kan saya tidak ada border. Let's go. Buset, udah mati aja deh. Yowas. Genshin. Let's go. Berarti kita memakai Sena. Sena mana sana? Let's go.
Senaria, 必ず任務をクリアするよ。最後
Wah, udah mati.
今回の出来は悪くなかったかな。
I am still that's my emotion.
セナリア、必ず任務をクリアするよ。最後
Buset, dia cepat kali merahnya. Besok OTR ya? Oh tidak, gak ada resources. Bam. Ini dapat es. Level 70. Let's go. Karena level 70. Graduate. Oh, ada graduate kita. 260 dapat 2 kali gacha boleh. Nice. Ketiga. Buset, molotov. Ya, ini Azur Ampre ya. Molotov aja. Not bad juga ya. Itu Azur Ampre ya, HOL. Sensei, bakal nice.
艦長、私の活躍見ていてね。
Apa nih? Sepertinya sudah mulai.
Icebox.
Exactly,
Icebox.
Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well. Last time they played, the thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood
Hello,
retakes
guys.
with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations
Bisa
on
aman,
how
Bang.
they want
Bisa aman.
to set up with it, especially on this defensive side.
Udah nonton tadi gak ada nampak.
Comfort?
Gak doang.
I don't know. Call me a doubter, whatever. I think, obviously, this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline recently, but I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series,
Dia kayak 2-0 loh.
I don't think really Loud are in a position today to throw Sen off their game that much.
Nggak benar-benar kena bantai
Previously,
itu.
Les has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but I don't know, I just don't get it.
See, that's the thing, though. I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO, Gecko, and I
Santai ya.
think that can play into this Harbor Viper
Sentinel
comp.
2-0 sini.
Fighting through the walls,
Menurut
fighting
saya
through the
ini
smokes,
kalau
combining
bisa
those two
aman.
pieces of utility. And Zekin
Enggak tuh,
just
udah
looks
percaya lah.
unreal whenever he gets to play the
Dia kemarin masih ada satu match lagi, udah pesimis dia.
Come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, yeah, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud ones, time and time again, we say they're never out of a series. They're never out of a map. I'm just not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at. You know, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations.
Balona counter PRX tuh cuma apa Genji sama Sentinel.
They've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here praying. So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled in that regard.
Masalahnya PRX tuh di map pick mereka kena bantai anjir. 13-8 tadi.
Against Louds too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this
Oh my god.
maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to help. Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less going for that early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't have nanoswarms to deny.
Let's go.
Just gamble in the wrong way here.
Sadak. Flash through, he's playing anti.
Alah. Pas bola pelurunya tinggal dikit.
Backside position being played here.
Nice.
Fading away, but second still standing his ground that he's earned himself. Dart dodged. Another play being set up as well. Tens with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Zekin to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players
Nice.
to deal with. Maybe
Tens.
3.
It's good, one out.
This one slipped now, Loud. Shot dart. It's good for the damage. Ten's going to be forced
Nice.
out. Tens.
Nice. Let's go, Tens.
Surely not needs.
No.
Doesn't even
Serius.
matter. Sadak push forward. That's a 2v4.
Itu dia Tens, guys.
The push to Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault, they didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover
Tens,
that,
cuy.
he's forced to take that duel there as he
Dia
crosses
bangsa.
back.
Yoi. Panutan saya.
Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Buset. Wih, who are they picking?
Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
Buset.
I mean, the players on Loud are so talented, and Tens is just owning them.
Itu kayak Ares ya.
His form has been spectacular in basically all of this year.
Yo.
The actual shots that Tens has been hitting, the moments, the multi-kills from him have been unbelievable.
Wah, orangnya langsung rotate semua anjir.
When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed,
Nice.
it's just been superb.
Nice.
Be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Nope.
Now look at this.
Si Zelsis nampak Viper.
In this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper wall and the High Tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. SEN have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest,
Oh, mereka nggak kasih kill lagi.
he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting.
Wow.
So he is. Top of the bridge brings him down. Still one step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tens had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud.
Let's go.
The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like Gen.G have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that SEN hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp it kind of relies on playing retake, which is
Bisa keren juga flash music itu. Balik lagi anjir flash. Bisa dah.
The purpose of that Dizzy, just to spot if a player is aggressive.
Wah, 3 DB.
Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been
Mantap
noted.
rednya nih.
Bonus
3B.
round here for SEN, all grouped up.
not really an opportunity here for Tens to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash dizzy combo that Gen.G were using. It's so good.
Yeah, choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off. Plan. Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So yep, it's down. Close to quarters. Down underneath rafters. Kawazin wins his one out versus second. Still, gets to the position for it. And Tens is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post line.
Nice, Tens.
Keen and eager to take the fight. He's ripped
School.
Kawazin's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash. Peak. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now QCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash. Backing away. Gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling. Waiting out wide here. Having the fuse from Sadak. Pushed back and away. And a wide tip tap in the face there.
Apalah ente-ente.
Remaining just
Pasang
in
idola
time.
online bareng satu. Yo, ilah.
Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that Sen is starting to add more
Ente-ente
stuff
bonus. Wajar kalah.
That flash dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from Sen.
Calm the mollies. We really need to calm the mollies.
Okay,
Calm.
there we go.
Disuruh
Zach
kalem.
looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off
Ada
the
dua.
charts here, but clear understanding of what.
Lupa info ada dua di sini.
Knife not broken. Tags onto two.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2Es is using his high tide to make it difficult for Sen to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's got walkabouts. Overstep himself, waiting for the high tide to now fade. So he's going to be using again. Flash dizzy. Dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding out aggressively.
Mantap juga ya itu. Wallnya.
But now, to
Untuk
gain control of B main.
nyebrang.
What's going to be call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah, I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for 2E's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plan down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch? Oh, yeah, just onto Zekken.
Ah, si Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
He's got 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there, Dizzy firing a blind shot.
Oh gila, bagus juga itu. Bangke coy, itu apaan itu anjir? Apaan itu? Botnya anjay, keren juga caranya. Ah, gak dapat satu.
Really waiting available, but still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the thing. See it loud, using that U-tilt. All available for them, but it's a nice set of Sentinels and they punish that swing. And wide face.
Nice.
Great movement and patience with the aim. Cooling down the weaponry.
Let's go.
Over and the top of the rope. Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, less just another player on the day.
Oh, let's go, Sentinel.
He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. SEN were calming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide.
Let's go.
Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud has.
Freaking money here, QCK, 3K back. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the sheriff will have to do it. It will. Dusted.
Mantap juga itu shotnya.
Knife clears yellow, but really they've got nothing to try and cross and take control of the just putting that emphasis.
Mantap boy.
Section, vacuuming up the orbs. The defender's gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. SEN have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding onto the high tide's wall.
Wow, betul ternyata bro. Nice.
They knew exactly the position that was coming from, so Kawasi didn't really stand a chance up with the armor. Draft dashing away. Second survives. Flank attempt from QCK.
Dengar gak sih dia?
Has anyone heard that? Tens is watching, but they're going to get distracted.
They are distracted now. Their pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT is there with a trade for 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years.
Malah kena ding pula deh.
No more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Buset dah.
That is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well.
Lah, kok timeout mana?
It's a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get heard. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John QT was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutiae to watch for.
Yeah, and also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know. He's only one man in that kind of situation. So now, what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before SEN have utility setups. So able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Instead, just trying to gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk areas. And that's got its own danger.
Itu mana tuh?
Both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round.
Wah kalah, salah
Players
start
grouped
berarti.
up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
Wah, itu kena flank lagi ke orang?
Oh, maybe just catching tail end of somebody.
I think they've got all the info they need, though.
Yeah, they have. With QCK pushed up deep like this, and look at it, you can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward, Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud.
Wah, dari mid.
2 versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. Now he's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that, but still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. No real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe. Managed to get a second, but no. Full stick there from Sadak.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they miss a second, but they keep good snowman control. They have good crossfires on B.
Selamat pagi.
Sadak playing around orange is able to pick up Zekin.
Jangan lah, Bang.
I think Sen should be
Biasa Anda ngeleh, Bang.
if they're sending B hits over and over and over. The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And Sen are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the post plant to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right? Split from Sen is perfection, but not every map
Hari ini mau ada urusan
kind of
jam 11
caliber.
sampai pagi.
And Loud are finding ways of stopping Sen going for
Oke.
Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did Sen even have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
Like it.
They won the pistol both times, and then they just dominated the game. So
Itu juga kayaknya nggak sampai pagi kali sih. Ini kayak habis nobar ini aku mau udahan lah.
Potential investment of one rifle. Also, looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one.
So Jumat, cuy.
Looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns, but you know, Sen might start playing towards some of the orbs, trying to earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
Open aja.
The same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some.
QCK messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information.
Oh, dia nggak beli shield deh.
That 4-player stack now just has to
Oh iya dong, 124.
But Sen are not going for anything too aggressive.
Langsung pamit bang, nonton anime dulu. Habis itu. Oke, thank you udah mampir ya bang Phelps.
Even though we can see, it was only 2 of these at home.
One Dizzy clearing away, Sassy. On away now from the ult, knife being broken, Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekin with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone, has to respect it now, has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map, the other side.
Gila.
Down. They're pitting. They're going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money
Wallnya mantap juga.
Still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still.
Berani nggak mau kalah kali, gila.
Now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it, can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Bit committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud.
Buset dah.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have been saved for another round, but the problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And
buset. Apakah ini akan sengit ya?
Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Celsius ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes,
This should be the round, what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now, very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side. Kawazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now, Sadak is his body.
Tadi yang ulti Joki. Oh ya Joki.
Sadak has a wallbang angle here. Yeah, it's a wallbang angle. Hit drop down on top of it. Lockdown though. Should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with the ship. He might just
tukang nge-flank anjir.
He's wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays.
Nice.
Top Rattler's position, dropping down. Crucial kill here on
Nice.
cleans that one up, so no gaps
go.
left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push
Aduh.
players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have
Dalam tiga.
it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. Now players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves.
Wah, anjir 4-2 deh.
Kawazin in 2 years. That is
What the hell?
That looked like a checkmate situation.
Ini Harbornya ngeselin aja.
Sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazin.
Harbornya bangke juga.
Though the efforts didn't get him anywhere.
Bisa
This
tahu
time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazin just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide, and then got a sick shot on a jump.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yeah.
Loud. Only creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They play him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to
Buset dah, buset.
Middle though with an no command. Plant. Oh, hello.
Nice.
Spam. Kawazin dropped. Still have to worry about this operator.
That was actually through mid.
No way! He skewered them! Tench dropped to his knees. There's no chance.
Ini orang
He's being picked up.
bangke banget timingnya ya. Dia tadi lagi anjir.
Plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here.
Nice.
Wide space by Zelsis traded though. Drop down and John QT again.
Nice.
Isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be heard. And yes, Les is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them
Timingnya
started on this
itu loh anjay. Buset dah.
Takes an early angle, hits the shot.
Map 3 Israel ke aduh.
This is now 5 in
Saya
a
tidak
row
mau.
for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both
Buset,
teams,
ini orang
but
hoki
so
anjir
far, clearly
timingnya.
Loud
Lihat tuh.
stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That
Pas
is a
pula
sick
lagi.
shot. Is that QCK with his op?
Zekan's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Kawazin.
Just to mix it up. And if QCK gets spotted now, still, he's rattled off the shots.
Dia udah tahu kalau OP-nya nggak ke dia lah ya.
Ended up using the
Aduh.
dash. Wow, how's that kill come from? I mean, Les, this is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial
Wah,
and he's taking
anjir.
matters into his own hands. Does not care. Worth a
Wah, gila nih orang
What
lagi panas
bait
anjir.
and switch setup from Kawazin and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sober opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
Yeah.
Pod and poke the bear.
And frankly,
Broken up.
it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that.
Buset
When
dah,
they've
buset
already
dah.
won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Zelsis has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave
Panas
Zelsis with
dia nih,
kill
anjay.
utility on A, Zelsis plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided he liked the idea of
Les.
stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
But this guy, I mean, he gets sorely
Wah,
underestimated by a variety of
12-3
people.
anjir KDS.
Play the most flashy roles, but
Buset juga.
can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And Now Sen on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get tens up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Terus aku lagi mode Misa udah malas ya. Woi, aku walaupun kayak gini masih ku tonton ya. Saya masih mendukung sampai habis walaupun kalah.
Counted for. Now you can see it. The reckoning pressing
Wah, dikit lagi.
Not giving up any
Itu,
space.
aduh, timing lagi.
Already you can see it at deep position. Weak hands and web press still. Maybe Sen could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death setup. This time though, Thrash taking that first contact. Zelta's winning
Nice,
that
nice.
adjustment.
Off flick there.
And retaking now with his operator just
Nice, nice. Little sis.
situation. And Zelta's running a mockery over them.
Let's go.
When he's on low HP.
Bulan 2.
Why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak. Over and around. Spotted. One.
Aduh, please jangan nge-troll bro.
Time surely. Working against in the jump spot. The jiggle. John QT. Trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here. All the way through.
Nice. John QT, let's go.
John with another clutch.
Let's go,
So similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against Kao and Zine and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall Sen are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Zelsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think Sen might have been in trouble again.
Nice.
Most teams when they play against the Harbor
75.
they're trying to get aggressive in post plant situations to stop them before they get into retake spots. Sen are backing off and trying to play post plant utility.
75 bisa, 75.
This round, it's looking good. Double orb, QCK and Kao and Zine.
Kidding me.
Double op. Anjir ya dong. OP 2 coy.
QCK is obviously on the other side.
Orang gila.
Down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything. At least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Molly mereka, Molly-nya siapa? Cuma Sofa doang, Sofa. No. Nice. Nice John QT. Emang John QT. Nice. Anjir, cok, John QT, let's go gak sih? Nice. Ace, ace.
With him toppling Ace on the cars, the crowd wants it. The people
Ace, 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 ace.
QCK
Wait, Ace, wait.
wide. Will his team give him anything? Not quite. Still, around earned, around gained.
Gila, John QT, cok.
Situation when his heart was looking so damn poor.
Let's go.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there, and then getting the 3rd on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch.
Anjir, sekali ya.
Get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map.
Half time.
I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well.
Masih ada kemungkinan.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT Americas, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Belum juga bang, udah ngantuk kayak sama menang Sentinel. Oke, thank you bang Rap.
Every single
Thank you sudah mampir ya.
Is that correct? Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's
go.
your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's
Cloud9.
a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle. And thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters, we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
So,
You heard it from Coriana. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Hello.
Serena bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. you're a fan of any of that, listen,
Yeah.
maybe the loud bundle, but listen,
maybe
7-5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very, honestly, a huge one. And SEN have won every pistol so far in this series. So if they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. He's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. In prior rounds, teammates dancing and dicing with death, but with that jiggle,
Long range.
chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be back his way up to kitchen.
The re-clear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy, like I said, no trade inside.
Dapat 1 dia.
Dash activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that. Sadak's called that pause in the round.
And holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken's already re-cleared this area once in the round. Loud are ready for it.
Zekken's now going to be pushing to this one and done angle.
Oh, mereka KODE dong, ini fake.
Talking about Prior is gone. Loud, we're going to have to clear this one. Bodies might do it.
Dapat 1 please. 2.
Not getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down, Celsius. Taking up space back towards the backside of Yellow. Might need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash, repeat, timing.
Nice, Celsius.
Needs help right
Nice.
now, he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements.
Aduh.
Spot and peek. Less. He's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. So the only way he goes down to it.
Satu lagi low. 1 hit doang ini.
Viper versus Viper.
They should know that less is this week.
Low sekali tuh.
Time to put it to the test. Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it. Right click business. Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them at the beginning of this round. And Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens.
Let's
Really
go.
abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Celsius to tuck into Yellow.
Nice!
And like I said, Brent, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back into this map. It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the job. Spots! Just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize that he's already pushed up on the left-hand side, so he's earned himself an
No, yang punya pantom.
Nobody for Zekken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the Molly once more for the plan, so...
Aduh, yang punya outlaw ngeri anjir.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the outlaw.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, Tens seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground. And he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the
Jangan di-pick dong, bro.
The verge of getting thriftied. Like you said, a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. There are still opportunities and danger here.
Oh, si Ters nge-flank coy.
Enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman. This is such a bizarre round.
And John QT's backs to the wall, all about the timing. No way! There's less involved. And the gamble, the wraparound has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Less does he even acknowledge it. The reload is heard here. Close.
Nice.
Again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here. In the first place, Knife tags it. Knows the rock position.
Nice, let's go there.
The head is collected.
Let's go.
For Tens to win. What a play. I mean, both Les and Tens getting value out of the play that they went for.
Gila sih, dia ngeflank jauh banget.
But for Tens to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that round for Tens.
Crazy round.
Set.
Despite Sen winning, that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but they opted in to just take a full eco.
Yeah. And so, a really bizarre start to this half.
Yeah.
Sen
So,
win the pistol.
gitu jo.
You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with
Nice,
here.
dapat satu.
Snap to the side. QCK deleted off the face of the map.
Dapat satu, dapat
Responded in
satu.
kind here. Sadak. But cheeky there with the peeks over the top here, just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get this plan down.
Let's go. Kena
A little
spam.
bit of damage done, but not too bad. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2Es ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from Sen just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the
Wah,
spike here.
itu
There's a gap into the wall. Ten.
mantap juga wallnya anjir.
This is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting fish in a barrel. You can see Sen had no idea there that Sadak could see the
Buset
smoke.
dah,
I mean, it
buset.
turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots.
Mantap wallnya anjay lah.
Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half. They're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site.
Let's go.
If you're Sen here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what Sen are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, 2Es heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
Early turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash.
Ooh.
Get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow. All the way through. Stuns. Not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forward. So they can expect this QCK. He's already behind the man. Already behind the playing up with the rest of
Anjir, dia dapat 3
cowok. Just like that, dropped to the ground. You are Tens in this case, and Celsius. Celsius. 1v4. Last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the same. Just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
Bisa dapat 3 nih.
And Lauda building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and Sen are not playing disruptively enough. Lauda just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and Sen were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded Sen. But on this match, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round reclear timings.
Bisa dah.
But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. They can shoot. The buy in this round, very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep rounds together. The danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall.
Tahu deh.
But Dash to respect it. The trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zeken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash peek as well with a Dizzy, but the wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Using through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to come. The advantage is Loudy. I mean, it's methodical in nature. As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for Sadak to use for the next.
Yeah, and sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the ability to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book. And he might just send it with like, you know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting. Right here. So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive, and that is where Zeken's got the Operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zeken to get value with the Operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
You can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zeken the idea that, you know, only the Lurker is here, so he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spike's dropped down in mid.
Oh,
a fake presence here, except the 3 players right behind him is going to feel very real. Still Zeken, will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does
allowed
gamble?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zeken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and wading right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape. Of Loud, they're already fast onto the approach, but
they're
back away.
Yeah,
going back to
like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards
left.
though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. This is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide, and they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for Les. The rest of his crew.
10 seconds left.
The free plants. And there's nothing you could do, not with the retake.
Yeah, not unless Zeken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call does Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
I can't believe that. How did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters. He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through, Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about, are they ending A here because there's a lurker giving them that info?
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away. Looking better here on Icebox. Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online. Presence now towards it. One more earn towards the Reckoning.
This is where Zekken was positioned in the previous round. He's got the operator over on A.
Clear. Just with the dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear.
Nice.
Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slow down.
Nice trade.
Approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. Louder just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
There's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect the player above him. And around the back. Oh! One adjustment! Flicks to the side, luckily 2 years still there. Not a reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online. They're stunned. Here, up and away. Updraft all round! And Sentinels.
Wow.
Grasping
all
of that.
I'm back.
That's
Yeah.
wild. The defense utility, though, was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So Tens throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a motion onto the plant position too. So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. And it's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinel's not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken, that Tens could see it.
Knife, re-tagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone trying to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Should give the indicator. I mean, Tens has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. And well, forward! It's messy. It's real damn messy. Luckily, Zekken is still here and collects.
Dapat 2 dia.
Maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advanced position. It's been one of the first times. Yet Sadak says, not quite. He does something to say about it. Does bring it into a 3v3 now with that util finally respected. Sadak.
Let's go.
It's about bleeding it out. Another tap online this time. In the wingman, Dizzy over the top. Zekken back into the right. Hello. Just not quite seeing that one. Oh, below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what?
Wah, baunya udah mati.
Swinging at precisely the right moment. So they're not
Baunya
just
mati ternyata.
a long shot.
No, these last 2 rounds have been lovely from SEN. If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here. We'll see this from Zekken's perspective again.
Mantap.
Hit 2 great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to fight Loud when Loud don't really have a utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kawanzin gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tens is holding knife for anything like that.
And for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive re-clears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but...
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible for Sen to find them. 1 second.
So much
exposed.
I mean, you've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances for him to be swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he still has a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps there away from it. Go for the re-swing now across. He saw something over the rope, but he couldn't adjust the aim in time.
Nice.
Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of spraying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin, though, will not be pushed back and away. And QCK is his time to come alive.
Bukannya orang agresif
Over the top of the
kali.
rafters. Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites.
Smooth,
We'll
isn't it?
put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Now sticking though already there. That's going to be the wingman putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury.
Wait, wingman.
That's incredible.
Let's go, wingman.
Wingman does not take additional damage from the pit being there, and they just assume
Wingman
that
anjir.
they didn't deal with Wingman the entire time. When you're dealing with a player, the combination of hit and the vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the Wingman, he doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is
Wingman.
He is no man. He does not care.
Bro,
Mantap.
Fliggy losing his mind.
Oh my goodness.
Wingman.
Off back rafter if you can get it. Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected though. We're straight back into things here, but Sen wrestling off the rounds now, really making it almost even here. One step away from 11 to 11.
And yeah, Sen's ult bank
Udah
is
sampai
just
sini nih.
huge. They found so much more value out of being able to deny the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zekan's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like
Comeback gak sih?
into A. Now Zekan didn't use
Comeback ini, comeback.
Important to note that one because now as that Yuto goes flying, still he's looking for
Oh,
a shot. Can't
hampir kena.
adjust it. Time still
Aduh,
just
dikit
has to
lagi,
finally
ay.
back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one, but the count to spam attack from Sadak.
Wah, ini kucing bangke juga.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zekan just wants to take up the straight up fight. Attack.
Yes.
Reading it out now. Nade, a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Lau, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG.
Sentence. Oh, kita lagi.
Pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it. They don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And
Let's go. Comeback ini.
Praying from 2 years. Sentinels. Barely there with 2 seconds just over.
Let's go.
Of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those spree of 4 rounds between 15 and 18.
Gila cuy, di comeback cuy.
The lockdown is so nice from Celsius. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards
Bisa.
This team out with how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long.
Tampak banget.
Bringing it to a team like Loud, 11 to 11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with the Thrash.
And all of this without Zekan really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Let's go.
Drops down, only sees the turret.
Missed the turret, actually.
Yeah.
Anjir, gak kena lagi.
Drone utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit. It should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy! Updraft dash, but he cannot escape
Orang
it.
gila ini.
Was hot on the heels. Set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK, again, lurking up through. Spots it out with a nano swarms. Broken, both of them.
Celsius has the timing to try to disrupt this.
Nice.
Gets dropped.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Backside gained. Plan for Sadak. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too
nice
delayed. Late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favoured counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot, just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. Spot flash play. 10.
Nice.
Pergi. Damage done though. Had the knife out. Wasn't expecting that follow up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. You have to find one of the fights. Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low phase.
Nice, satu lagi.
That is up to 12 now for Sentinels. This is an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team.
Satu lagi.
I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in 2.
Wah, gila.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions. Yeah, it's great.
Communication, just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point.
Comeback ya kan?
Date with Genji.
2011.
Here it is. Just there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Away. Back in. Got to respect now the reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadak with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud, again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was Sen who ended up taking it, but this time
easy.
Advantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence.
Nice.
A little jiggle and offset there with a movement. Not going to expect Kawazin, and he's still here, alive and kicking. Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime on the cards.
Finally, Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long, and we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences. That little resurgence from Sen has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Of course it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in their initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by Sen in the finals where they took it an absolute bomb, but I mean it was a map 5.
Itu kucing coy, serius.
Pushed once more. Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, Sen gonna pushed away from this now with a Dizzy. Didn't even really connect. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there. The operator, he wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him.
Nice.
It's sprayed and messy. It's all over
satu low.
Left to stand here from Sentinels.
Aduh, harbornya pula hidup nih, anjay lah.
Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Sadak. John, though, picking up that ult orb, one away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double
Itu bot mati gak sih? Kena turret.
Doubled up side by side, top rafters.
Alah.
Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade flying. The molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does. It's OT. And now drops it down.
Atas.
Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just slipping away. But Loud, after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. SEN kept at 12. Second is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
I know Loud, they set their sights over towards B. Ah, that's no way. The spam.
Very
Nearly
close.
tagging him up, drives over the top of QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner. Even more where
Masa
that
iya
came
match
from.
di
The rest of the team, this is
Joki.
it. Set up for success, set up for map 3, and you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but Tens dealt with. Dropped, and a retake with the op. It's a fairy tale moment for Zekin, it will have to be, and he doesn't expect it. The wrap there, so 14 to 12. Loud, we are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3 this series. But
Bangke lagi.
we're going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final moment. Huge.
Wah, mau 3 nggak bisa guys. Sudah waktunya ini soalnya. Cila, satu sama pula. Udah guys, sampai sini aja dulu stream kita kali ini ya. Thank you yang sudah nonton. Jangan lupa like dan subscribe-nya semua. Dan kita bertemu lagi besok. Oke, thank you. Bye-bye guys.